Morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today's currently 9 o'clock, May the 6th. Jumping into the charts here. Overall, we got some market price action that we need to discuss. Members, we already took profits on our nat gas position via UNG. So nice job to start out the week off on the right foot. Markets are gapping up right now. In the futures, you can see the S&P 500 trading at 5150. Nat gas pushing up higher. Right now, the QQQ is trading just under 437. The 50-day moving average is sitting at 436.20 on the Qs, and we're currently technically above that on the daily chart. So what I'm watching is, do we get outside of this bearish channel, and do we hold above the 50-day moving average on the Qs? I do think that there's an opportunity for this market to actually sell off. I am short the S&P 500. I also pulled a small short on Bitcoin. So I repeat, I am short the SPX here. I shorted the SPX. Just give me a second here. 51.52.30. 51.52.30. Taking a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin had a nasty little reversal. See, Bitcoin tried breaking out, pierced 65,000 there, and now saw a pretty big reversal. So this shapes up for potentially weakness in the crypto space, guys. I could easily see Bitcoin retesting this little channel that it's popping in. So I could easily see at the minimum Bitcoin retesting this lower boundary area at 62.5, so about 1,000 points off, and then that's going to be a big area. Bitcoin will need to hold that, or else it runs the risk of having a failed breakout and falling lower. Marijuana stocks are doing really well this morning. Oil right now is trading at $78.50 a barrel. Again, it's up 1.12. Nat gas just ripping up 3.9% so far. Good morning, Chris. Welcome. We're seeing a little bit of strength in the semiconductors this morning. So there is some in the marijuana space this morning. I'm actually looking at shorting this market at the open, looking at an SOXS long. You can see SOXS is coming up into a key trend line here. You can see there's this nice little trend line of support being tagged on the semis. The only thing we have to keep in mind about shortness is you have some pretty strong chart patterns on NVDA and some other individual names, but there is this down sloping trend line coming up into play. So anywhere between a pierce of 34, like 33.80, 33.60, kind of gets me interested. So we'll keep the QQQ semiconductors on watch for a short. NVDA right now trading at 892, trying to push up. Apple down a little bit on the back of Warren Buffett selling a decent sized chunk of his portfolio in Apple, his Apple holdings. Just scrolling through some headlines here. Stocks making the biggest move: Berkshire, Paramount, Spirit Air, Victoria's Secret. So Buffett sold its entire Paramount stake. So funny, AI could drive a natural gas boom as power companies face surging electricity demand. So again, we took profits with members on our nat gas position. I think this is actually more an area where you could pick off a bit of a scalp short, in my opinion. Played out perfectly in the nat gas space off of a 3-bar surge. And if we pull up that nat gas chart again, beautiful 3-bar surge. Beautiful 3-bar surge. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Okay guys, we're back here in the swing of things. Right now we're seeing crypto under a little bit of pressure. Markets are set to gap up across the board. Laura's asking, how did you get a $15.99 fill sell? Well, pre-market, Laura. I sold my UNG pre-market. And you can see it's already up there higher. You can get a better exit than I did. But I locked in over 11% gain. $15.99. And that was a pre-market sell. Again, you can sell in pre-market on most dealers, but some, most brokerages, sorry, but some don't allow you. I don't know what you're looking at, Laura, but you can clearly see 16.16 here in the pre-market on UNG. Mine's showing 16.16. So look, we've hit a high of 16.23. We're well above 15.99. I don't know if you can see that on my screen or not. Nice job, Tom. Beautiful. Alright guys, so at the Omen, I'm looking for some shorts, gap up. I think this gap up can be faded. So again, I'm looking at some shorts off the open. I like SOXS, IWM and QQQ shorts. So I'm going to be looking at an SOXS. I have a level around 33.40ish. Robinhood is down in the after hours on a Wells notice. Right now the dollar's trading below 105, which is actually accommodative for higher price in the market. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Tom. No worries, no worries. Host, I have one complaint though. What's your complaint, Ryan? Again, guys, I think some weakness is about to appear in some of these crypto-related stocks again. Obviously, coin is green in the pre-market slightly. MSTR was green the last time I checked. But obviously, Bitcoin is starting to roll over a touch here, looking a little bit weak in price action. which does kind of support also potentially shorting semiconductors. So right now we are seeing crypto coming under pressure. Again, the QQQ on the daily chart is holding steady, but it is into this lot of resistance. It's above the 50-day right now. You're into the top of this parallel channel on the daily chart. Let me just adjust this channel a little bit more. And then simultaneously, if you get above this channel, you have this cool little trend line. Pivot low from Feb, pivot low, right through your impulse breakdown red bar. And now you're looking to potentially retest that zone. So again, upside resistance stays around that 440 on the Qs. 440 is really, really big resistance. I thought you were missing. You were missing on Friday. Your absence was felt badly through your texts for coming in Telegram. I felt like we make more money when you're live. Yeah, I think we probably all do make more money. It's a nice collective with many eyeballs scanning this charts. We have a lot of talent in here, a lot of good expertise and skills and experience, and it's important to draw from that. So yeah, I from time to time I'll take that occasional day off, but it allows me to do a nice reset. It was actually my girlfriend's birthday, so I had a bunch of planning and things to take care of. But we're back. We're back in the swing of things here, and the markets are set to gap up. We already took profits on our nat gas position. Repeat, we already took profits on our nat gas position with members, and that's pumping up 3.5%. Right now it's a mixed market. You have yield softer, dollar softer, oil strong, nat gas strong. So it's kind of, a 50-50 point here where the market could continue to rally. Obviously it's gapping up. Gap ups are notoriously sold into, so just be careful about chasing anything on the long side. Nice job, Ram. You made good money on the QQQ 421 and 422 calls. Beautiful. Thank you. Excuse me. Alright guys, markets are set to open here in roughly a minute or so. Oil, nat gas just trickling down a touch here. Still seeing Bitcoin struggling a bit. S&P is shooting up. Massive move back up in the S&P here. You can see the S&P is getting a nice pump right before the open. Alright guys, markets are open. Markets are open. QQQ coming in a touch, guys. Semiconductor bear ETF getting a really sizable bid at the moment. MicroStrategy still really strong. Gold, silver really strong. Yield still weak. Coin, Mara all green. Canopy growth up 4. Aurora up 3.1. Let's see if the Qs can hold this 50-day. Bitcoin trying to firm up across the board here. Semiconductor bear ETF, the SOXS. I do have a short on this market, guys, but it's not yet. The short is not yet. Microsoft, really big stick down. That one's almost going negative with Apple. So again, when you run into a scenario where Microsoft tries to go negative and Apple's already negative, that's a problem. PayPal still looking strong. XBP, what the heck is that? That's up 83% on volume. Semiconductor bear ETF getting a nice little bid here. It is getting a decent sized bid. SNDL super strong the last few days. We'll take a look at that. Shall I hold QQ calls or get rid of them? I'd get rid of them off of a gap up. Gap ups notoriously get sold into, Ram. I'd get rid of them myself. Sizable decline in the S&P. Data's coming out. It's still got some 10 o'clock data to be mindful of. Members, we just took another profit on Biogen. We did take more profits on Biogen right now, so nice job if you were able to catch that win with us. S&P Qs are still actually holding constructively above that 50-day. I'm actually just going to mark the 50-day here, 39. So that's kind of where the bulls want to stay above the 50-day. Put it in purple, and we'll watch the 10-minute chart of the Qs here. Again, anyone interested in what we're trading on the long and short side, definitely check out tradingcapital.ca. We were able to pull a couple profits from our UNG long position and our Biogen long. Nice way to start the week. Cool, calm, collected on the profit side. Bitcoin starting to catch another little bid here. QQQ trying to climb a little bit. NVIDIA's breaking out above 900 now. Microsoft's still struggling but trying to catch a buyer's bid. Qs are getting a really big stick up. Yeah, TUP up 8.6, starting to get a little bit of a squeeze candidate potentially unfolding. Again, stocks only move up. Sorry, short squeezes only happen when stocks start to break key technical resistance and move up. But yeah, Tupperware Brands definitely starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. This one's definitely due for, you know, a 100-200% rally off of these areas. There's a nice arbitrage opportunity. So, I mean, I still have it priced in that we hit a target of about 330-ish on Tupperware, but a long ways away. A long ways away. Let's look at these marijuana names. They're continuing to get sold into off of the open. QQQ did make a new high there, guys. Qs are pushing, guys. I'm looking to enter SOXS on the long side. SOXS, I'll let you know when I get filled. I'm looking at around this 34.40 area. I just want to see if the Qs want to have one more little push higher, and then I will enter SOXS on the long side. You can see the Qs are still trying to push here. Microsoft trying to bounce off of the lows. Meta's looking a little bit firmer at these areas, trying to continue to grind. Nat gas seeing some top wick sellers. Tesla's up 2.2, continuing to climb. Big surge in NVDA, that's up 1.5%. Carvana's ripping. A lot of names starting to work here, guys. Alright, guys, get ready on SOXS. Alright, guys, I'm long SOXS here. Starter position 34.23, 34.23. Long SOXS 34.23. This is a 1/4 entry. 1/4 entry. Next add on SOXS is 33.85. Okay, so we are now accumulating a short on the semiconductor bear ETF just as a day trade. I repeat, just as a day trade. We are accumulating a semiconductor bear ETF short. I do like the Russell, the IWM short. I like the SDS short, QID short. NVIDIA is still pumping here, guys. Dollars continuing to try to bounce here. Look at the S&P 500. That's still continuing to surge and push. Bitcoin catching a nice little move. Crypto starting to really firm up here across the board. Again, we are long the SOXS 34.23. Could have had an opportunity to get a better fill than I did. IWM puts or calls here. SOX filled at 34.18 on RAM. Good job, good job. Just understand we still could hit 33.74 on the low. That's kind of your double bottom on the SOX. As of now, we are trying to see price firm up a bit. QQQ is starting to come in. S&P is starting to come in. Nat gas still trying to press a little bit. Let's see if we get any sort of a pullback in this market. Indices are still fairly strong, elevated. Apple breaking the 5 and 15. Yeah, Microsoft's trying to firm up here. Apple's struggling because obviously it had Warren Buffett news over the weekend, reducing his position by 13%. So that's obviously not the greatest news for the likes of Apple investors. Hearing that Warren Buffett is finally reducing some of his exposure, again, is not the best sign. Let's see, the S&P is still holding up fairly strong here. NVDA, Tesla pumping. Google's trying to catch a bid. Meta's obviously looking a little bit strong but being sold into. Laura asking, what's my reason for selling Biogen off of a clear breakout? I'd rather be a breakout seller than a breakout buyer. You know, you look at Biogen, it's hit a low of around that 189, pierced 190, and it had a stellar bounce all the way up from 190 to a high of today, 221. That's a 16.7% bounce off of the lows in roughly about, a week and a half, 2 weeks. It needs some consolidation in this area, so just a little bit of an extension move. I see a little bit of reversal zone, a lot of bearish consolidation on Biogen that we're approaching. I'll pull up the daily chart just to show you and go over this trade with you. But again, we were long Biogen off of this 200 level. It hit a low of 190 and basically had a stellar move. Now into really, really big resistance, this previous pivot where you had a stellar bounce. All of this consolidation chop right into this red bar reversal. Enough of a resistance for me to take profits. This is likely going to need some consolidation to move higher. Do I think it can move higher? Yep, but I do think that there's obviously other opportunities while this pattern consolidates, potentially puts in a bull flag pattern, potentially checks lower, puts in a right shoulder. So I would rather just exit while this goes through a little bit of a consolidation phase, and then look to re-enter. Alright, so the S&P is still moving up ferociously strong. SOXS is coming down. I will add to my position at 33.74. That's kind of your double bottom on SOXS. 33.74. Big double bottom. That's where I would add my second entry on SOXS. Alright, guys? Qs are trying to push up. Dollar's trying to recapture 104. You're welcome. What's your buy level on NVIDIA? Nowhere here. I won't buy this name into earnings. There's too much risk. I would be more inclined to actually short it right in this range. There's actually a ton of resistance here at 907. Pierce of 907 is interesting for a short, I think, on NVIDIA. Just a day trade scalp short. Apple coming in, Microsoft pushing up. Net Qs are still catching a bid. Get ready to add to the SOXS, guys. I am about to add to the position, 3 cents lower. Alright, guys, I just added at 33.76. 33.76. I added to the position. That's my second 2 of 4th entries. My average is now sitting at $34. on the SOXS. Okay, so 34.01. Alright guys, I'm taking a 435 put on the Qs. This is high risk. 435 put, 0 DTE, just got filled at 40 cents. And this is a starter position, 435 put on the Qs, 40 cents fill. Alright, what's my target price on a short on NVIDIA? You know, near term, 890 for a day trade short. Alright, QQQ trying to push higher. Semis are trying to push higher. Our SOXS trade is going against us here, slightly in the near term. Qs are still trying to act well here. Semiconductor bear ETF is getting slapped down right now. You still have strength in NVIDIA. That's at the high of day. Apple's at the low. Microsoft starting to reverse a little bit here. Nat Gas starting to see some sellers. Dollar's still trying to curl back up. Russell's up 1%. S&P's up 0.57. QQQ up 0.54. Yields are still soft on the session. UVIX entry at 767. So Chris is entering UVIX. I am seeing weakness coming back into Apple. It's at the low of day. Microsoft getting sold into a touch here. QQQ still pushing on the back of semiconductor strength. So really what's pushing this market right now is semis. Semis are unbelievably strong right now. NVIDIA up 2.4, SMCI up 2. Tesla's almost up 3. The SOX ETF is outperforming. That's up 1.47. Climbing. NEO up another 5%. That's my only regret, is not holding that swing trade longer. Next ad, where I'd add on my semiconductor play is at this 33.43 area. That's where I'd add to the position, if need be. If need be. Alright, Qs are starting to come down a bit. I like puts. I don't like chasing gap ups on the Russell or the indices. Whenever you have gap ups, it's tough to chase on the long side. You know, a big gap up on the Russell 2000, still inside of that heavy reversal, but you are looking to confirm, obviously, this inverse head and shoulders breakout, which gives you a much higher target. So obviously, I think that if the Russell starts to break above this little high pivot from Friday, obviously that's a positive sign for the indices. So watch this little area on the Russell, because there were a large portion of selling that transpired there. Obviously, as of now, we are trying to break through that zone. NVDA at 910, looking strong still. Meta's now curling down. Microsoft again seeing some more sellers. QQQ still strong. NVIDIA is still pushing. That's up 2.5. All sectors of the S&P are green right now except for staples. Staples are lagging a little bit. Strongest sector at the moment is energy, XLE. So again, we were positioned for the bounce with members. We bought XOM on Friday, pretty much almost at the exact low. Let's look at how XOM is doing now. So look at that rip on XOM, up 1%, outperforming the S&P and the Qs, and we went long XOM off the 114.22 level. So nice little move. Semiconductors are still going lower, guys. Alright, my next entry is coming up on the SOXS. This is my next entry. Apple, new low of day. Meta curling in. NVIDIA, semi still strong. Russell up 1.12. I'm about to add to my SOXS for the third entry, guys. 3 of 4 entries are approaching. The Russell 2000 still holding steady, trying to get above that little high pivot from Friday. Alright guys, next entry. I just got filled there on the SOXS, 33.44. My average is now sitting with a 3/4 position, pretty much right on this 33.77 zone. So 33.77 average on the SOXS. I am down on the trade, unfortunately, but it's a levered play, so obviously it has the ability to move a lot quicker in both directions. ACN's looking nice. That's trying to firm up. NVIDIA is still at the high of the day, while Apple at the low of the day. SOX just went 5-minute oversold. I'm waiting to see if we get a 15-minute oversold. No worries, no worries. IWM still trying to press a little bit higher here in the near term. I am seeing Bitcoin starting to come down a touch. Alright guys, I'm going to short Mara. I repeat, I am going to potentially pull a short here on Mara. I'm just watching Bitcoin to see if it wants to break down a little bit more. Mara, I want to see it hit its gap fill at around 1940 or higher. Even its 50-day moving average is sitting at $20.13. So keep MARA on watch. I do think that crypto could potentially see some weakness. Semiconductors are still trying to hold steady here. Mara's trying to get above that very important high pivot reversal. Apple still at the lows. Big bounce in the semiconductors, guys. Big bounce in the semiconductors. Short, I should say. The semiconductor short. Again, you can see the QQQ is into some really good daily chart resistance at the moment. Well above its 50-day. At the top of this channel. You can even see the Qs are almost into this key resistance trend line. So maybe a little bit higher, a little bit more of a blow off move before a bigger rollover comes. You know, you could hit 430, 840-ish. SOX was just sold into there. Across the board, Tesla's still ripping higher here. Apple's still struggling. Microsoft's almost looking to go negative. Google is almost negative. Meta's still holding steady. Amazon's down by 0.4. So really this is semiconductor land that is keeping kind of the Qs and S&P elevated to a very strong degree. Very, very strong. NVDA just surging here, guys. NVDA is just relentlessly pushing. It's now up almost 3% on the session. See, the semis are right back down to the lows. Russell's still trying to push. NVIDIA pump before the dump? Potentially. I mean, right now, obviously, on a technical basis, NVIDIA has broken out of an inverse head and shoulders. So there's some technical strength there just based off of pattern alone. People are front-running a good earnings expectations. Obviously, we've had mega cap tech earnings for the most part held up pretty well. Semiconductor bear ETF going lower, guys. Going lower. We do have some data that is hitting the tape as of now. Let's see if that's going to hinder or help things across the board. Alright guys, I'm short NVIDIA 916.20. 916.20. Basically, NVIDIA is the market. I'm short at 916.20. 916.20. Short NVIDIA. This is a 1/4 entry. 916.20. Let's see what type of a target we're looking at. I think 910 is a reasonable target. Anything around 910, I think we can look for. probably a cover. 910.64. So I'm looking for about a $6 gain on the NVIDIA short. Google coming in some more. Meta's starting to weaken. Bitcoin surprisingly starting to firm up here. Nat gas still trying to push. Energy stocks still trying to push. Russell 2000 continuing to grind higher here, on watch for a 10-minute chart breakout. NVIDIA new high. Anyone that didn't get filled had an opportunity there to get a better fill than I did on the short side. Again, this is a 1/4. Where I'll add to this position is 919.20. So basically $3 higher every single time on NVIDIA, if need be. Again, my target 910.64, kind of in line with this pivot here. Still holding socks. Fortunately down on that position at the moment. Mara is now hitting its gap fill, so that is a bit of a technical short setup on Mara. 1943, big gap fill on the daily. I'm not in Mara yet. I'm just watching it. I'm going to wait personally if we hit the 50-day, because the market is strong right now. Bitcoin's making a nice little reversal back up. Microsoft is appearing to almost go negative, but the Qs are still holding on here to a lot of strength here. Microsoft continuing to come in. Our Qs are trying to lose 438 now. Obviously, NVIDIA is seeing some weakness. That's been the strong stock of the day. Breaking news, AMC just declared record profits. Good news to buy now. Collector, thanks for that, but just be careful with those meme names. Again, NVIDIA, we're looking for a target of about $5 to $10. So anything around this 910.64 range or lower is a good cover zone in my opinion, just for a day trade. Semiconductor bear ETF trying to firm up here off the lows. Mara still trying to push. Alright guys, looking at Mara, M-A-R-A, I'm looking to short it at 1960, a starter position. I repeat, 1960 tap on Mara gets me interested in on a small short. This is a 1/4 position. Mara 1/4 position on the short side. Okay, at 1960, I'll start accumulating. And just keep in mind that it could push all the way up to 2013. So between 1960 and 2013, I'll accumulate a short on Mara. Okay, so just a heads up. Keep those areas on watch. I will call it out if I get filled. You can see that NVIDIA is falling here. Semiconductors bear ETF catching a little bit of a minor bid. QQQ still staying unbelievably strong. The Russell right now is outperforming. That's up 1.33%. Really loving the softer yields at the moment, the small caps. Gold, silver outperforming. VIX putting in a bullish engulfing on the 1 minute. Thank you, Chris. Canopy growth up 420. Aurora up 1.78. EQT pumping. Nat Gas still holding the lion's share. Mara's up 11.5. QQQ and Russell still trying to push up here. NVDA right back up. AMD's ripping. That one's being a little bit of a monster today. Silver just crossed up 3% on the session. QQQ at 438. AMD up 3. SMCI up 3.8. Tesla up 2.5. AVGO up 1.56. MSTR up 8. Mara up 11. ARM up 4.9. Alright guys, so we're still in a semiconductor short, NVIDIA short. Nat Gas still strong, energy stocks still ripping, EQT, XOM. They're all still phenomenally strong. Let's take a look at some of the market movers today on the overall CNBC watch list here. The S&P 500 markets, you have Micron, a lot of semiconductor strength. Look at why the market's so strong. Western Digital, SMCI, AMD, MU. So a lot of semis. Look at what's lagging. Tyson Foods, Moderna, Amgen, Fastenal, Hershey, Lamb Weston. NVIDIA is still trying to press a little bit here in the near term, guys. IWM still grinding higher. QQQ still just consolidating. Adobe 500 today. Potentially. Yeah, that potentially could actually. You're off to a nice falling wedge pattern breakout on Adobe. Again, this is one of the names that we've been most bullish on. We've been accumulating a lovely long position on Adobe. And it's quite a stunning breakout on Adobe that's occurred over the last several sessions. Just sneakily a beautiful, beautiful, one of the largest large caps falling out of favor. Alright, NVIDIA just hitting my profit target, guys. NVIDIA just hit my profit target, guys. I am all out. I'm all out of NVIDIA. Still holding a SOXS long, but out of NVIDIA, okay? Let's look at how the Qs are doing. Qs are starting to come in a touch more. But yeah, beautiful move on Adobe out of this range. That's one of our biggest long positions with members. You can see the Qs are coming in now nicely. Still waiting on this SOXS. NVDA falling a little bit more. Qs are still up 0.5%. Can they take this market negative off of a gap and crack? Alright, Qs are starting to come down some more, guys. QQQ is coming down some more. Again, we're still short with put options as well as long the SOXS. Took profits on NVIDIA. Nat Gas making a new high of day. Energy stocks are really, really strong at the moment. Bitcoin's still holding up okay. Crypto's still holding up fairly well. Apple trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom here while the rest of the NASDAQ stocks are coming under a bit of pressure. Amazon's looking fairly weak at the moment. Russell 2000 still holding up okay. QQQ still trying to recapture a lot of its gains. NVIDIA's trying to bounce here. Apple. Tesla day trade long. Tough one. Big gap up. It's pulled back right now. You're just kind of in no man's land. I don't like... this is a little bit of a learning lesson here. Just as to how I kind of think about things in trade. Obviously Tesla, everyone knows it's made this huge gap up, holding the lion's share of its gains off of its earnings gap. Above the 50-day, that's key, that's important. But I don't like trading stocks when they're just stuck in a range, right? We haven't got a breakout signal, we haven't got a breakdown signal, so you're just kind of in no man's land right now. This is where algorithms thrive, when you're just stuck in a high pivot and you're stuck between a gap. This is where the market and algos like to chop up investors. So I know algorithms are way better at entering and exiting on day trades than I am, so I don't like trading stocks when they're just in a range. I like to see them extremely oversold, like down here into support, or extremely overbought into resistance, or potentially staging a little bit of a breakout. So we're not at the breakout zone yet, and we're not at the breakdown zone. So right now, for me personally speaking, I don't like to trade stocks that are just in a range, carving out a range. It's you're asking to get chopped up. Can you make money? Sure, you can if you're a savvy trader, but I just think that there's better opportunities in the near term. I mean, just looking at the simple intraday channel that I'm observing on Tesla, this is kind of what I'm watching. Obviously you're stuck in this channel right now. You're probably likely going to try to make a move for this new channel here. So probably there might be an upside move to 190, providing the Qs stay firm here. All right, Russell 2000 continuing to grind higher here, guys. QQQ trying to soften a touch here. There's a 5-minute hanging man candle that just printed on the Qs. That's typically a bearish formation. Maybe a little head and shoulders on watch on the Qs that we're about to test and trigger to the downside. Yep, there goes the little bit of a break on the Qs. Nice little breakdown. They're slowly just chopping this market down, it appears. UVIX look up at a 30-cent run. Yep, the UVXY is probably going to catch a bid here if the Qs fulfill this little downside target is your EMA 113. So sitting at 436.80-ish. Yep, you can see the UVXY just continuing to put in lower lows, lower lows. Another example where the VIX just keeps grinding lower. Now it probably wants to head to this lower channel. 27 bucks. It is a downward target, so just recognize that. Intel's just outperforming now. That one's starting to catch a really sizable bid is INTC, Intel. That's actually triggering a beautiful bullish hourly formation off the lows here. Chris Maker looking at GME long. And mindfulness target on SOXS day trade long. I could see this moving back up to about 34 bucks at the minimum. Maybe 34.20. But it's a pretty big daily chart level in the SOXS. You know, this could even be their next swing trade level for semis. At least the semiconductor short. Obviously, if you break down here, you could go right back down to those. But this should hold this area. And I mean, you know, you could easily get a bounce to retest your 50-day here. Again, the markets are at some really sizable daily chart resistance here. You can see this bear flag channel, another little resistance trend line that we're into. So it's not smooth sailing just yet for the Qs, but small caps are strong at the moment, which is helping things. Bitcoin and crypto still trying to make another move higher. QQQ still strong at the moment. You can see that little trend line was held. Now the question is this our new neckline forming on the Qs? Are we putting in another right shoulder? Or are we just consolidating to break out? So again, it's been a good start to the week for us. We've already secured profits on natural gas, 11.19% with members. We took profits on UNG with members. We took a beautiful 10.11% on Biogen. Another beautiful day trade, selling near the highs. And then we also closed our Boeing BA long. That one pushing for the high of the day. We are all out of Boeing. So it's been a nice little session here already to start the week. 3 winning trades with members. Good way to start the week. That's what we like to see here at Trading Capital. And if you're interested in how we're trading things, definitely check out our website. It has been a stellar week. Stellar few weeks actually for all of us here in the swing trading room and live day trading room. If you're a member, you've definitely been able to profit with us if you've been taking trades alongside with us. We've had a nice pulse on the market recently. We've caught a few earnings plays. We've caught some nice day trades. The swing trading's been on point. That's been our bread and butter over the last few weeks. Alright, at the moment, let's just take a look at things. Russell's still outperforming, up 1.3. SPY up 0.58. QQQ up 0.54. Russell is starting to weaken here a touch. One thing that is concerning, you have Apple negative by 0.6%. Microsoft appears to be wanting to go negative. Google, Amazon are already negative. So there's still some red starting to appear in the market. Staples are the only red sector at the moment. Nat gas running into some sellers off the 233 level. NVDA pushing back up to 913, 914. Bitcoin trading at 64. Microsoft at 408. Meta at 454.80. Apple looking to come down a little bit more. You have the dollar trading under 105, which is actually a positive for the market. Still above 104 is critical tightening for emerging economies, but it has subsided a touch here. What else we got going on here? NVIDIA is still trying to grind and push. SNDL is a monster. Let's look at SNDL. That's a couple times now Chris has mentioned that. Yeah, it's up almost 9% on the session. Looking to potentially break out. Yeah, this one's on watch for a nice little breakout. I think if you break out of this little bit of a high pivot, I mean, this name could definitely squeeze for sure. So the Qs are still very, very strong at the moment. Russell 2000 still putting in what appears to be bullish consolidation. No, I don't like that. Alright guys, I just added to my 435 put at 30 cents a contract. 30 cents a contract. My average is now at 33 cents. On the 435 QQQ put. I did add to my 435 QQQ put. My average is sitting at 33 cents a contract. Semiconductor bear ETF catching a nice stick here. Again, we're still long the SOXS at this 33.76. Just based off of this gap down, a simple minimum retrace takes you back to our break even. You know, 50% retrace almost takes you back to this little gap down on the 2-minute chart. QQQ coming down a little bit here. QQQ right back up. A little bit of a stick. Russell's now starting to come in a touch, guys. So the Russell 2000 is starting to come in a touch. Oil's trading at 78.40. Amazon trying to make a nice bullish reversal. Dixie's still trading at 104.90. Yields are soft. Mara's still up 12.7. Never ever pulled a short on Mara. Let's see if I like it now. Yeah, I mean, you're into that big resistance gap. Yeah, Mara could be a short here. There is a bit of a short trade on MARA, guys. Alright guys, I'm going to grab a short position here on Mara, 1967 short. This is a 1/4 entry, 19.67, 1/4 entry short, 19.67. I'm short Mara, QQQ puts, SOXS long. So we're holding now 3 trades. We've already taken profits on NVDA day trade, but we are now shorting MARA 1/4 entry. Just recognize that it can go all the way to this 2013 target. That's where I'm looking to add to the position. Actually, I'll add to the position at 1997 and 2013. Okay. Alright, let's flip back to the Qs since that's the leading indice of the market. Still just chopping around here. I am watching Mara on my other screen. Bitcoin starting to come in nicely. S&P still holding up. Qs are still trying to push. there's still quite a few important earnings to come out, guys. But what I'm looking for this week is, does the labor market data start to deteriorate? Obviously, we got some pretty weak data last week, which actually helped the stock market. But at some point, you're going to get a scenario where even as yields fall, people accumulating bonds in anticipation of a potential slowdown. Doesn't have to be a recession, even just a slowdown, slower growth. People could move out of equities. But I'm watching a couple things, the labor market data this week as well as the crude oil inventories. I want to see if crude can recapture 80 this week, $80 a barrel, or if it starts to get rejected off that zone. As of now, Qs are still seeing a little bit of strength coming back into the picture here. So the whole market right now is going through a little bit of a grinding consolidation phase. Dixie's trying to make another move higher at the moment, guys. So look for Bitcoin and crypto stocks maybe to come under pressure in the near term. If the Dixie can capture 105 again, that's probably not going to bode well for the indices. As of now, things are trying to push up again through Microsoft, Apple, NVDA, but there's a little bit of selling coming back into semis. Again, you can see the SOXS, we're almost in the green on that trade. QQQ, guys, can it break this head and shoulders? Let's see. Here we go. This is where things could get interesting for the markets and for our positions, guys. Get ready to see a bit of a move coming out here. I am seeing the dollar trying to break a bull flag on the 10-minute chart. If it breaks, it'll recapture 105. That'll likely trigger this QQQ downward move. So again, just be ready because we could see a pretty sizable move. Again, we're riding SOXS long, we're riding a Mara short, we're riding a QQQ put option. We already took profits on NVIDIA. Members, we took profits on a whole bunch of other swing positions. Mindfulness meditation asking any thoughts on Zoom long for a swing trade. Let's look at Zoom. ZM is the ticker. I'm not too sure if this one's had earnings or not. I'll have to double check. Interesting chart. Interesting chart. Still has earnings coming up. I mean, right off the bat, you're going to see this attempt at breaking out of this little wedge pattern, multiple attempts. You had a breakout here, which failed. Breakout here, which failed. I mean, so now we can adjust this little neckline. And it does appear to be coiling and putting in a stage 1 basing formation here. In the overall, it does have earnings on the 20th, thank you. But it does appear to be in a stage 1 basing formation, and it is creating almost a little bit of a descending triangle pattern, which is actually bearish. It's not a falling wedge just yet, so you know, if you get another gap down, say to this area, new lows, that might be a buy entry, but this is kind of a descending triangle pattern, which does point to lower prices. Again, it's extreme oversold, but just because something's oversold doesn't mean it can't come down. The positive that I do like about this chart is that you have a little bit of a divergence occurring, but here was your low. Even through the market turmoil and turbulence, you've managed to hold that double bottom. So risk to reward, yep, it's decently favored for a long, but not quite ready for my entry in my opinion. Could you get an earnings pop? You could. They seem to be pumping up the oversold stocks and dropping the overbought stocks, so but not enough for me to go long this name. Definitely not enough. Very risky. Again, short-term positive, you are holding above the 20-day, putting in some inside bar consolidation, but very choppy and sloppy in this region. Quite choppy and sloppy. Alright, QQQ still just range bound here. It hasn't really made a definitive move, so now we're into the scenario where it's going to try to make an attempt at breaking out again here, forming this wedge pattern, and you can see it is now approaching the high end of that wedge. No problem, no problem. Mara's starting to push up. You have QQQ trying to break out here. Semiconductor is getting rejected here. The bear ETF, as you're seeing, the QQQ trying to stage a bit of a breakout out of this wedge pattern. It's now trading at 438. NVDA trying to express. Dixie hasn't broken out yet. Mara pushing up, guys. I'm going to add to my Mara short at 20 bucks. 20 bucks, guys. I'll add to my Mara short. Alright, guys, I just added to my MARA short there. It's actually piercing $20, but I got filled at $20 on the second entry short. Huge volume in this region. Huge volume. My average on Mara is now sitting at 1986. 1986. That's a 2/4 position short. Alright, next add is going to be at 2013. And then 2036, if need be. Still holding SOXS on the long side. Bitcoin trading just under 64,000. The Dixie's trying to press further. Yep, I just added there, Ram. We have a half position short on MARA. Again, this is high risk, very, very high risk. The stock has the ability to squeeze. Its daily 50 moving average is at 2014 on Mara. So it is coming up into its key resistance. The Qs are trying to break out here though, guys. So this is where we run the risk of having a strong QQQ market. It could even try to firm up and break out here. You can see a nice little breakout attempt on the Qs. Has broken out on the smaller term time frame, still inside of your high of day, but it is looking like it's trying to press. NVDA is at 916 going for a new high of day. Microsoft, Apple still lagging, Google still lagging. It's really just semiconductor strength that is pushing up here. Again, guys, my next ad on Mara is at this 2013. It tapped it, but I didn't get filled. I did not get filled. NVIDIA is kind of approaching a double top here. Mara starting to come in a touch here, guys. So are the Qs. Dollar's breaking out of its flag pattern. Mara right back up. Bitcoin starting to roll over a little bit here. It is negative by 0.5%. So a huge discrepancy and arbitrage opportunity in the crypto stocks right now, guys. Huge discrepancy in what we're seeing in the crypto stocks. A lot of down moves starting to come into play in the crypto coins, but the equity stocks are still staying strong. No, I'm not too sure how often it resets. You just have to follow on the SOXS, the direction shares announcements. You have to follow their announcements. Like the last split was April 12th, where it went through a 10-to-1. It's basically, I think, just when it gets to kind of depressed levels, they like to split these stocks. But just look at directions. They should give you a detailed list of when the reverse splits and splits are expected. Alright, guys, we are starting to see Mara pull back a touch. The QQQ is also falling. We're still long SOXS. We're basically just flat on that trade at the moment. Just 1 second, guys. Alright guys, I'm just plugging in. Oops, sorry guys. For some reason I just lost my screen. Just give me a second here, guys. Can you all still hear me? I think I just lost my my screen. Mic check. Apologies about this, guys. My screen just went dark. I will get you back up online. Apologies, guys. I know I have a black screen right now. I just have to reset the stream. Still watching things here. SOXS, we're in the green. Mara is starting to come in. Qs are starting to come in as well. Just give me a couple minutes. I will walk you through this commentary as things progress. I'm still in an SOXS, Mara short, and QQQ put options. But my computer just wanted to reset itself. I just got to reconnect the stream. Alright, the Dixie is breaking out here, guys, of a flag pattern intraday, trying to get to 105. It's at 104.99. QQQ is on the precipice of potentially seeing a bit of a breakdown here. We are seeing crypto under a little bit of pressure. NVDA is still remaining firm and strong. I'm just resetting things here on the screen, guys, so you don't have any picture. There is no screen. I'm just resetting things here. For some reason, there was a little bit of a glitch in the streaming software. It took down my screen, so I'm just getting things back up here and going. Just bear with me. Still riding SOXS. We're seeing the Qs trying to bounce here. NVIDIA is still strong, trying to press. Mara is still trading over 20 bucks. Nat gas and oil still strong. But I'm just working on things on my end. A little bit of a technical difficulty glitch. We're seeing the QQQ trying to stage a little bit of a minor bounce here. Just a minor bounce. Alright, I'm going to try to reconnect my cameras here. I hate when it does things like this, technology. Gotta hate it. Let's flip back on MARA. That one's still acting. Bitcoin's starting to dip a little bit more, guys. Bitcoin is starting to dip a touch more. Just give me 1 second, guys. I should almost have some connection here very shortly. Alright, we should have some picture now, guys. Apologies about that delay. Apologies about that delay there. We should see some charts now. Just trying to get everything up and going. Alright, so Q's made a nice little push up again. QQQ, another little push. So again, what's interesting about the Qs is you have your high, lower high, potential another lower high, but you're putting in higher lows. So we're coiling for a big move here. We are coiling for a big move here, guys. At the moment, Bitcoin is down by about 0.5%. 0.5% down. I'm seeing weakness creeping back into Intel. Weakness creeping back into Google. Meta's showing strength though. NVDA obviously still at the highs. Tesla's given back a large share of its gains, almost looking like it's losing its gap up. Apple's still negative. Microsoft's firmed up at the moment. Mara's still trying to press here, guys. Even though Bitcoin's losing 64K, you have crypto equities still trying to show resilience here, tapping that 50-day moving average now a couple times on the Mara chart. Semiconductors are starting to see a little bit more distribution as the SOXS. We're still holding the SOXS, guys. We're still holding SOXS. It's now approaching 11 o'clock time frame. I am going to take a little bit of a break. I'm still going to be in front of my computers. I just have a couple things to do. I'm still here on the mic, but I'm going to go a bit silent with these trades just in the near term. Unless something drastic happens, I will update you. NVIDIA had a pretty big down candle there. The dollar's trying to recapture 105 again. Looking at the Dixie here, if that Dixie can slowly start to turn green and press above this 105, that's when we should see equities react in a bit of a negative way. At the moment, QQQ still holding steady. We are slightly green on our SOXS, down about 14 cents on our half Mara position. I just added, guys, to my Mara short here at 2014. I did just add to my Mara short at 2014. That is the third entry. My average is now sitting at $20.01. I repeat, $20.01. We have a 3/4 short position on Mara. See Bitcoin fall pretty sharply here, guys. Bitcoin's falling pretty sharply. I expect a retest of 63,000. Sorry, 62.2 here. And crypto stocks still haven't really seen any sort of downward pressure yet. You still have MicroStrategy up 6.87, Mara's up 14, Coin's up about 4, but you're seeing the dollar trying to press, and Bitcoin's responding pretty negatively here at the moment, guys. BTC is getting clapped and hammered on the downside at the moment, and it's looking like it's going to have a free fall. Let's see if we can get a nice little trade here on Mara. I'm still riding that semiconductor short, which we're in the money on. I'm still riding QQQ 435 put. Look at Bitcoin fall, guys. Let's look at the Qs. Mara should start to come in. We're now in the money on MARA, and Bitcoin's falling pretty sharply. Let's see if the Qs want to follow suit. Come on. Come on, Bitcoin. Give up that low pivot. Give it up and take us to the promised land on MARA, guys. That one's seeing a little bit of volume distribution in this range. Bitcoin's still trying to get steady again. I do think Bitcoin could easily fall down to this area here. So another 1.5 potential downward move in Bitcoin set to occur here. You can see this key trend line I'm watching on BTC. It is trying to test a break of that zone right now, but you're getting a small little bounce. Again, we're green on our semiconductors. We're green on our MARA, but we are looking for more. Alright guys, I'm going to step away. I'm going to be in front of the mic here just watching things. I just have to update a few things on my website with members, scanning a couple other charts. Again, just to summarize things, I'm short MARA. I'm still writing QQQ puts, and I'm long the SOXS. So look at Mara coming in, guys. This is now starting to respond in kind. Beautiful, beautiful little job on MARA. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is now coming in nicely. What a fall, guys. What a fall in the crypto space. Bitcoin's got more. Mara's got more, guys. Everyone should have been able to catch this trade with us. We are printing here. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Yes. Look at our semi too, guys. We are in the money. This is beautiful, 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 beautiful price action. This is what we've been waiting for. Come on. SOXS starting to push up. Look at Mara fall. Let's flip back to Bitcoin because that is coming in pretty harsh at the moment. Come on, keep dropping, Bitcoin. Keep dropping lower, guys. I'm still riding MARA short. Semiconductor short. Let's go. I'm looking for a cover on Mara, guys. Around, let me just isolate down the target. Around 1920, 1916, 1920, there is a good cover point on Mara. I repeat, a good cover point on Mara. What a fall there. What a fall. QQQ is now on the precipice of also triggering a potential little head and shoulders pattern here. I'm looking for a cover in Mara around the second fib. Even here's a good area. If you want to take profits here, I have no issues. I'm just going to look for a little bit more based off of what I'm seeing in the crypto space. Okay, guys? Alright, I'll be right back. If anything drastically changes, I will update you on the trade. Mara put, can we hold it for a couple days? Yes, potentially. As long as Bitcoin stays below 63,400. I'll show you the pivot. As long as Bitcoin stays below this pivot, I think you can hold your puts overnight. So I would mark that pivot. As long as we stay below this pivot, 63.4, then you can hold your puts, in my opinion. All right, Qs are also starting to break down here, so this is helping our semiconductors. This is helping our put option. So let's just continue to monitor Bitcoin and the semis. Again, as the Qs fall, this is now triggering a head and shoulders. Downside target takes us a little bit lower on the Qs. Alright guys, so we've given you quite a bit of ample trades today on the win side, so please hit that like button, hit that share. I'm going to be on the mic here. I'm just going to go a bit silent as we watch this market go through a bit of distribution. But everyone should have caught that Mara trade with us on the short side. That was a beautiful, beautiful trade. Alright guys, semiconductors still holding long SOXS. QQQ is on the precipice of breaking down. Alright guys, I will jump back on the mic if anything drastic changes. Hey members, just a quick update here. So Boeing obviously took a little bit of a tumble there on some news. The federal air safety regulators have opened a new investigation into Boeing regarding their 787 Dreamliner and whether or not the employees have actually falsified records. So what the FAA is investigating is the fact that there's potentially some inspections that have fallen by the wayside in regards to the electrical safeguards of bonding and grounding where wings join the fuselage on certain aircraft. So type of news like this, it could be a one-off event. Obviously it's just a preliminary inspection. What I'm seeing here on the charts, obviously it's a good thing we exited our Boeing on Friday. Beautifully timed that exit. And what's interesting about this price action on Boeing now is it actually sets up for a potential bullish reversal. As you can see here, there's this little left shoulder ahead. And is this now going to be the formation of potentially a right shoulder? If it is, I'd love to see this gap filled right down here around that 171, 172 zone. And then we could potentially catch a little bit of an inverse move, continuation move on Boeing. Still a quality stock, even though there's bad publicity, maybe falsified records. It's been beaten down. Its valuation has been sliced, and it still has a duopoly, a monopoly over really the entire aviation sector. And with a backlog of 10 plus years, this company is going to get bought up, investors. So I'm looking to buy the dip on Boeing. I'm just waiting to see if there's a little bit more shakeout off of this news. As of now, you can also see that the NASDAQ QQQ hit a high. It popped off of the Israel-Hamas potential de-escalation, popped up, and now it's just been chopping and really going sideways. I think you're also seeing potentially a little bit of a bear formation unfold in crypto. I do expect Bitcoin to see some downward pressure. I do think that there's going to be more downward pressure today. I have a downside target on crypto to hit for Bitcoin to hit about 62,000. That could easily play out today. Members, obviously you got some alerts regarding new positions. 3 positions we closed today, 2 new positions we entered. So we're starting to look for potentially something new to unfold in the market. Obviously the market has had a pretty substantial bounce higher, and I do think that we're in for maybe some sort of a profit-taking move, especially since the Dixie, the US dollar, should be falling on positive Israel and Hamas headlines, and it's actually done the exact opposite. It initially fell, and now it's had basically a bullish reversal, a red to green reversal. It hit a low today of about 104.86-ish, and it's reversed all the way back above 105, putting in bullish consolidation as of now to move higher. One of the reasons the market has been so strong, if you just look at NVDA has been a powerhouse stock today, lifting the QQQ and S&P by the scruff of its neck, up 3.65% today. Apple down 1.22 on the back of Warren Buffett selling roughly 13% of his holdings, or Berkshire's holdings, trimming that position. What's interesting is you've had this bias from Warren Buffett being the fact that he never really trims positions. He's a buy and hold guy. He either sticks with the stock long term, or he dumps it completely. So we've seen quite a bit of portfolio changes, whether it's Paramount, Apple. The big question is, imagine if Warren Buffett starts to dump his full Apple holdings. What would that do to the stock? What would that do to the Dow component? What would that do to the S&P? What would that do to the NASDAQ? A lot of questions right now we don't have the answers to, but if he continues to offload and unload positions, that will not be good for the equity markets because he is one of the biggest net buyers and net holders. Now, obviously, with him disposing of positions, he frees up a lot of cash. So he has roughly $190 billion sitting on the sidelines. So there's always a scenario he can start putting that capital to work, and that's where we try to come in and try to just ride his coattails. You know, even just a couple percent off of his buying purchases can mean a world of difference for your portfolio. What I'm seeing here, Bitcoin dumping pretty sharply, guys. So definitely look for some continuation weakness in Mara, Coinbase, MicroStrategy. They are actually still up. Mara's up 16.44%. Obviously, we pulled that short earlier. Made a little bit of a profit off of this dump here. Some of you still managed to hold it, even though I exited. and that really wasn't the right call. Mara ended up pushing up with a strong market. So as of now, I do expect MARA, MicroStrategy, Coinbase all likely to come in here in the near term, since we are seeing Bitcoin and crypto actually getting bludgeoned right now. A huge down candle on Bitcoin. Look at that, breaking this key support trend line as we are witnessing right now, losing 63,000. Next up, 62K down here, guys. And the QQQ is also coming in. All right, that's a little bit of a intraday market update. If anything else changes, guys, I will be sure to hop on. Again, members, you know we've taken a couple new positions, and they're already starting to potentially work out here. Any final questions, guys, just put them in the chat. I'll try to do my best to answer them. If you're looking at any tickers here in the last 45 minutes, I'll also do my best to answer them. All right. Saying bearish reversal in wheat stocks, 105 range on Canopy. S&DL has distinguished itself in relative strength since the big move. I'm afraid of any time dilution news to raise capital. Yeah, there's always that scenario with these companies that burn through cash. Typically when you do get a big move in stocks like this, you can get a little bit of a shelf offering. So that is always the risk with these high flyer stocks. Even the most bullish charts off of a bad piece of data or a share dilution shelf offering, it could absolutely experience a fall. Now, obviously with earnings approaching, that is also another variable that you just need to be mindful of. So that's looking like earnings is on the Thursday. Let's look at Canopy growth here. CGC still looking quite bearish. Looks to be a failed breakout on the CGC daily chart. Doesn't mean that it can't push from here. It's just all that liquidity that piled in on that huge massive 78% day just got absolutely annihilated and sold into. So really not a good sign. QQQ puts here, yeah, I think you could take it, especially when you look at what the Dixie's done, Ram. The Dixie's really grinded up all day long on the daily chart, gap down, and now it's turned green. So the dollar is looking to put in that bullish reversal, V-shaped recovery. You can even argue there's an inverse head and shoulder on the 10-minute Dixie chart that has triggered right there. And if you do a measured move from that low pivot neckline, from your low pivot to your neckline, you're looking at about another 22 cent, 23 cent move up on the Dixie, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that puts you back up to that 105.30 range, and then we have to reassess the pattern based off of that, because again, you've had this V-shaped dump here. Imagine we start to break out of this little neckline on the Dixie, which you can see we're actually doing so right now. So now you're running into a scenario where you actually have two potential bullish formations unfolding. Your mini one here, and then this is your much larger one connecting your 104.50 pivot to your neckline. That gives you an even bigger upside target on the US dollar. And again, what would spike that? Well, geopolitical tensions, inflation. I still think the next two inflationary prints are likely set to move higher. So at this point, yeah, puts, if you want to take puts here, if you want to ride 438s as your conservative, a little bit more aggressive would be 437, and then potentially even all the way down to this 435 gap here, 435.50. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities to see. So a nice little bullish attempt at breaking out on the Dixie, and it should put pressure on the overall market. It should put pressure. So again, if you want to take puts here, just give yourself a little bit of time on the clock. I am all for that. Okay. All right. So if yes, which expiry on the puts? Give yourself at least probably till the end of the week for the shorter dated, higher risk plays. But if you're a little bit more risk averse, then a month or two. But I like for the end of the week. I think 438's probably going to hit by the end of the week, especially when you factor this little bit of a Dixie breakout on really two time frames. So I think 438's expiring end of the week, 437's expiring the end of the week will probably hit. 435 and 436 puts, if I were to take those trades, I would look for at least maybe 2 to 4 weeks out. A little bit of room. I mean, there's nothing worse than taking an options play and having that theta just burn you. So I would look for the end of the weeks, keep your closer strike. 438s and 437s could probably play out by the end of the week, even today, if we saw some sort of a massive sell side program. But 2 to 4 weeks out, I would look at 436 and 435s. I mean, there's even a scenario where 435 can be hit by the end of the week. That's certainly well within the realm of possibility based off of what we're seeing here. Okay. You're welcome, Ram. You're welcome. So again, put options right now are favored because look at this simple Dixie chart starting to push up. Again, the Dixie chart has caused Bitcoin to sell off a little bit. It's down about 1.57% on the session. Ethereum just slightly turned red on the session. Let's take a look at Solana. Solana's still actually slightly green on the session, but looking to run into some sell side pressure here. I am seeing semiconductors catching. Look at the Dixie surging. So now we run into a scenario where this is a beautiful 3-bar surge breakout on the Dixie. It's trying. Obviously, in the next 47 seconds, this Dixie is confirming a bit of a breakout. So that's where the equity markets could see some vulnerability in the near term. Again, NVIDIA's been the monster. Apple's been the lagger. Google's also now back to the negative side. Tesla's given up a lot of its gains. It was up almost 3% at the high, and it's been faded. So, although there's a lot of strength in the market, the majority of stocks have given back a fairly decent-sized chunk of their gains. NVIDIA is now at 919.60 and starting to come in a touch. All right, let's see if we get this 10-minute close on the Dixie chart, guys. We'll know in 5 seconds. All right, the Dixie just confirmed a 10-minute chart breakout. Let's see if the Nasdaq starts to sell off with the indices. So I repeat, the Dixie did confirm a 10-minute chart breakout. Okay, so there's likely going to be some profit taking here into the bell. Maybe Warren Buffett's selling some more. Who knows? And typically when you get a huge filing like that from Warren Buffett, a lot of the times the market will try to almost front run him. You know, they probably expect him to be unloading other positions too. Guys, a little bit of an update here. Israel just struck Rafah. So a little bit of an escalation in the conflict, except for the fact that now Israel is saying that they will agree to a little bit of their ceasefire and peace. So initially, right now, the Dixie has still holding above 105.11, but you did see a little bit of sell side pressure come into NVDA, some NASDAQ stocks. It's still holding up very, very well at the moment. Bitcoin and crypto actually got a small pop on the news, so their price action is firming up. What I'm waiting to see here is how the major indices react off of this news. Does the dollar go back to the red side? Does Bitcoin put in a little bit of reversal? How does oil and nat gas react from this point? So we're just waiting to see how investors and market participants price in this news. Obviously, it's very odd to have an agreement of peace and de-escalation, but you just struck Rafah. So right now, indices are acting well. QQQ just put in a new high of day. You can see by this chart here. And peace has been rejected. So as of now, the markets are still liking this headline, and they are moving up. Apple's had a beautiful move up off of the lows, so that's helping lift the Qs. Pushing it. Dollars right now is trying to go back to the negative side. You still have yields soft across really all time frames at the moment. NVIDIA, Amazon really strong still. Meta's been strong all day. QQQ is going for a little bit of a squeeze here, guys. A little bit of a squeeze QQQ is trying to create here. So far, if we summarize things, 10-year yield is down 0.47%. 2-year yield's actually green. A little bit of a divergence there between the long and the short end of the curve. You have the Russell 2000 up 1.16%, so small caps are leading the charge to the upside. S&P's up 0.87, Nasdaq's up 0.93. Apple's still negative, down by 0.77. Look at the push in the QQQ coming into play. Investors are really liking that headline. Amazon new high of day, Microsoft new high of day. Everything's trying to firm up across the board here. Alright, keep scrolling through the list. You have NVIDIA up 3.5, Microsoft up 1.5, AMD's up 3.3, SMCI's up 6.2, trading at 831 right now on the chart. Tesla's up 2%, AVGO's up 2.13, Bitcoin down 1.4, but then you have crypto stocks like MicroStrategy, Coin, and Mara all outperforming. NatGas up 2.9, Meta's up 2.93, ARM up 4.65, Google, Amazon both green across the board. We're into the final 10 minutes of trading here, and it is a phenomenal rally on Wall Street. It's a really, really phenomenal rally on Wall Street. In terms of data tomorrow, guys, if we look at the investing.com calendar, there wasn't really too much data that came out today. You had a couple Fed members layered throughout the session. But as we approach tomorrow, really the only important market moving data is the Canadian IVPMI data at 10 a.m. You have Fed member Kashkari speaking at 11:30. And then you have your 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock. That's probably going to be your most important metric. At 1 o'clock, that 3-year note auction is going to be important. So not too much data tomorrow either. And then as we progress into Wednesday, that's when you start getting to more mortgage data. You start getting into the EIA oil inventories, so that's going to be market moving. I think that's what the market is kind of hinging on, crude oil inventories. And then you also have 10-year note auction. So Wednesday's a very, very big day. Between crude oil inventories and the 10-year note auction, the last few 10-year note auctions in the market have come out actually pretty poorly. So I'm very, very curious to see how that plays out and comes into fruition. Again, what I'm noticing here in the markets, just some final observations as we go into the close here. You've actually had a little bit of a divergence from the Russell 2000 and the Qs. So all day, small caps, the Russell 2000 has been strong. Just consolidating off of its gap up in the higher 25% of its range above this previous little reversal zone. But the divergence that I'm noticing is the fact that the Qs have been continuing to grind higher, setting in higher highs all day, but the Russell has been failing
to break above its high of day and actually putting in a high, lower high, and now another potential lower high. So whenever small caps lead, it does show a little bit more risk appetite of investors, and you should favor upside. But when small caps start to lag a little bit, even though they're still outperforming on the day, they really haven't made a bigger move higher, which leads me to think that this is actually a bit of a distribution pattern that is going on. The fact that the indices have all put in higher highs and moved higher, the Russell 2000 should have also continued to push higher, along with the Nasdaq and the S&P. So just pay close attention to small caps as we progress. They've obviously been strong because interest rates have softened a bit, but we're coming up into a little bit of an inflection point here where we could see rates start to catch a bit of a technical bounce off of this range. Chris saying CGC testing the daily low. Yeah, marijuana stocks are weak. Not a good sign for the market when marijuana stocks are weak, but you have the Russell outperforming. So I don't like to see marijuana stocks showing relative weakness when the market is strong. Obviously, they do have that ability to trade counter trend with the market, and that's certainly what it seems to be playing out like today. But Canopy growth down 6.2, Aurora down 1.6, MSOS down by 0.83% at the moment. Silver's up 3.3, gold's up 1. So nice move in commodities. Tupperware brands gave back a lot of their gains. Lululemon struggling today. WBA struggling today. So still some pockets of weakness. All sectors of the S&P are green except for real estate and consumer staples. Alright, again, crypto's had a nice bounce off of the lows, trying to recapture 63,000 on Bitcoin. Ethereum showing a little bit of relative weakness compared to the other crypto stocks. Solana's an interesting play here. So there are some opportunities setting up here. Obviously, members got access to the 2 new positions that we did today, and we closed 3 positions for a total. The Dixie's still holding slightly positive on the session, above 105.10, holding bullish consolidation. Just a couple trades for us in the live day trade room. Again, I'm still holding my socks. We netted on Roku, we netted on NVDA, and a little bit on this QQQ dump earlier on. And really, it's just been a trend higher. It's been a tough market to short. There's been minimal pullback since that initial hard dump that we caught. QQQ going for a new high of day, trying to push even higher on the back of Microsoft catching a really big stick. So now you have a few handful of Nasdaq stocks trying to rip here. And those names are Microsoft, look at that, just gunning higher and higher. Apple falling, NVIDIA falling, Google curling in. It's really just Apple and Microsoft and Meta that are lifting the Nasdaq at the moment. They're pumping up 2 major XLK and XLC components. Microsoft and Meta are the 2 heaviest XL components in both tech and communications. So they're front running and pumping the Qs here into the close, just with really a couple stocks. Google now pressing, Bitcoin still pressing. So a nice sizable rally here into the day. Wow, guys, I did not expect this late day surge like this. Look at this candle. They're waving the magic wand, pumping liquidity into the market. Look at this monster candle into the close on the QQQ. What a surge there into the close. QQQ is even blasting through a lot of the major resistance that I had. This trend line, I thought it was going to get rejected here today. It's even through that. And look where they're trying to close the markets, guys. Isn't that trend line so fascinating? Connecting those pivots. They're trying to push the Qs right up into the zone late into the close here. So again, a pretty sizable move to the upside there in the last 10 minutes of the market session. The Dixie's still holding. I'm very surprised that the Qs did this move into the close, especially when you factor in how strong the actual Dixie itself is. So I mean, I'm very shocked that they've pumped the market up this firmly into the close, even though the dollar's finishing the session strong. So the dollar has confirmed a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders breakout, and it's also confirmed this larger time inverse head and shoulders breakout. We'll have more to discuss on that. Wow, they're still pumping up the Qs here, guys. Still pumping up the Qs. Ram saying, can you check Paul calls and puts on Qs? Paul saying, I think they're going to push canopy growth down to the mid to low $8 range. Right now we're trading at 967. That's a potential. That's a potential. Look at this pump in the Qs, guys. This is crazy. 440 and still climbing. 440.18. Wow, what a trade. Ram saying, I heard somewhere that's there's too many puts on the Qs. The big fish want to scare the guys with puts out of the way. Yeah, it could be. You know, the market could be unbalanced here. It's just obviously you've had strength all day in the markets, and now you're getting a little bit of a potential short covering squeeze into the final close here. Again, this type of price action where you get these late surges into the close, it only sets up for a bit of a harsher retaliation lower. I mean, now you have this massive gap down here, this massive gap up here, and you're right into this key resistance. Obviously, there's a scenario the market makers want to push it for this liquidity gap that's all the way up here at 445. But let's just take it one day at a time and see how we finish things here. But it definitely a pretty big surge into the close for the NASDAQ, the Russell, the S&P. Really, actually, the Russell kind of lagged. It hasn't been that big of a surge into close. The QQQ is the one that got the surge through Microsoft, Meta, Google. So really, it was Magnificent 7 mega caps that got a big push there into the close. That's pretty much it. A lot of laggers. You know, you've had XOM fall. It's just mainly the Magnificent 7 that they pumped into the close. Probably caught a lot of shorts off guard. Probably caught a lot of close dated puts off guard. Again, if I was day trading the Qs, I probably would have went short in this range too. Luckily we didn't. But definitely some people did, and look at that 3-bar surge right into the next resistance zone. This sets up for only a little bit of a harsher pullback leading into tomorrow. Whether it's a gap up and reversal or simply a gap down, this type of price action late into the session only sets up for a bigger decline. All right, guys, that's the market session. Thank you all for tuning into the live day trade room today. Nice job on Mara, QQQ, NVDA off the open. Other than that, we'll see how things progress. Members, nice job on the swing trades that we closed today, and we'll just see how the new positions start to fare out. Again, they're just entries in some of these names, so we're still looking potentially for more accumulation in some of these names that we just took positions in. On that note, thank you all, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Take care, everybody.